Hello, a wonderful good morning everyone, and welcome to the very first digital General Assembly of the EIP SCC Marketplace. My name is Zackes and I'll be your host here for this lobby area. And on the one hand, I have the honor of welcoming all of you, and on the other hand, I also will conduct interviews, show videos, and provide you with much more information during the breaks between the official and plenary sessions and workshops later on. So I'm very much looking forward to really interact with you, even to chat with you, all of the political representatives, researchers, solution providers, and all of the other smart city ecosystem stakeholders. So before I get into the content and what we will actually do here, I want to help you to get to know the platform we are using here for our digital version of the General Assembly. So the very first icon, I would say, and button for you is up and to your right. Sorry, in case you're still hearing me, there might be some confusion whether we are live or not. So if you already saw me and you see me starting, if you see me beginning again in a couple of seconds, that is because we had a technical glitch. So I will wait some seconds and then start again from the beginning. Good morning, everyone. I hope you all are enjoying a cup of coffee as you are joining us here for the very first digital General Assembly of the EIP SCC Marketplace. My name is Zackes and I'm very much looking forward to hosting here the lobby area and have all of you with me, interactive also in the chat, and to, on the one hand, help you to get to know the platform that we're using here, but also to provide you with much more insights, interviews, and videos during the breaks between the official sessions. So I'm very much looking forward to have such a wide variety of smart city ecosystem stakeholders with me here on the platform today. May it be political representatives, researchers, solution providers, and all the other stakeholders. So before I get into the content, I really want to help you to get to know the platform that we are using here today. So probably the most important icon here on this platform is up and to your right. You see a little help icon. If ever you get lost here on the platform, if you have a technical glitch, or if you have any other question, just click on that icon and you will be able to open a chat with my colleague Ariadne, who will be there all day long today and tomorrow to help you with whatever glitch or technical issue you are experiencing. Actually, right next to that icon is also a little message icon. I would like to invite all of you to click on that because that will allow you to open a chat window. That I will come back to in a minute. Now I would like to use the big column you see to my right. That is the chat that's already open. And I would love all of you to just type in your first name. Let us know which city you're actually sitting in and you're dialing in from right now, and what brings you to join the General Assembly today. Are you a solution provider? Are you working for an institution? Just give us one short sentence. Where you're from and why you're joining us here today. So as we have the chat going, because that really is one of the most important tools we have here to make it as interactive as possible and bring you on board here and bring this virtual General Assembly to life. So one of the most important things before I start is ideally you would be using a Chrome browser. The Chrome browser is the browser that supports this platform the best. So if at the moment, for example, as a Mac user, you're still using Safari, I really recommend opening the same link again in the Chrome browser, because that is the one that has the least glitches and will provide you with the most smooth experience of the program and of the platform here. Having said that, you already saw that all around me there are different tiles. So right to my right, you see a tile called Program. If you click on that, you will see the agenda of today and tomorrow. And actually what's really cool is that this platform here works a little bit like a real event space. So imagine you're here right now in a building in the lobby, and if you want to leave the lobby and go, for example, to the main hall, all you have to do to click on Program, look at the slot that you would love to attend, may it be, for example, the welcome keynote in a couple of minutes, and you directly click on Welcome Keynote and you will be guided, in that case, to the main hall. So it's a little bit like entering a door and leaving this space to another space. You can test that in just a couple of minutes. You can enter each sessions 5 minutes before it's actually live. So right underneath, you see the Explore zone. That's a little bit here in the diagonal. It's a little bit like having booths at an actual fair. So if you click on that, you will see different areas that you can explore with, on the one hand, solution providers, also with representatives for the various action cluster, and many more who have a stake in the smart city ecosystem. So whenever you have a moment in the breaks, for example, when a session has just ended, click on the Explore zone, go there and see what's happening. They might actually be there live and able to chat with you, interact with you, or they will provide you with informations and videos. So whenever you have a moment, I really encourage you, click on Explore zone and see who's waiting to interact with you there. Then right underneath me, you see two different tiles. On the one hand, the speaker tile. And if you click on that, you can see all the different speakers we have lined up today and tomorrow and find more information about them, where they're coming from and what their usual job is. And then right next to it, you have the attendees tile. And there you can see all the various people that are with you on this platform right now. So you might want to check if one or the other colleague that you're familiar with is here. It's also like being at a live fair. I'm sure there's a couple of people you would love to meet for a coffee, you would love to say hi to. If you click on the attendees button, then you can really see if they're already live here. And in just a moment, I will also explain how you can have a live interaction with them, parallel to the program here. I can see also in the chat, Gabi is with us. She's like live here from Stuttgart. Great to have you with us, Gabi. Peter Russell from Rotterdam has been joining us. Great to have you with us, Peter. Sergi is with us. He already has a question. I'm sure that my colleague will be answering that shortly. Sabine is on it already. She can also help you and provide you with answers if you have questions. So let's move on. Usually, right now, all of us actually would be meeting live in Brno at the Urbis Smart City Fair. Unfortunately, and for obvious reasons, that is not possible in 2020. Nevertheless, the Urbis Smart City Fair is not only one of the most exciting smart city fairs in Europe, but it is also actually one of the few which is still taking place live in Brno. So as we speak, there are around 400 people still meeting in Brno with obviously the right precautions. And they have, of course, on the one hand, a booth area there, but also 2 live stages. And our program here is not right now streamed to one of the stages in Brno. And hence I would like to say hello to all of our colleagues who are there right now in Brno, who are sitting on one of the chairs and watching us. So for those of you in Brno, you can see all of the programs streamed to one of the main stages, probably the one you're sitting in front of right now, except the parallel sessions later on. Those will be streamed to the workshop spaces. So if you're live in Brno and you also want to follow one of the parallel sessions later on, just make sure to find out which workshop space they're being streamed in. And apart from that, even if you're in Brno and you're one of the attendees of the General Assembly, you can always switch to your mobile device or to your laptop and join us here if, for example, you want to join the conversation in the chat. And my colleague also posted the link to the Smart City Fair. So if you want to see what's going on there and what you're missing, make sure to click on smartcityfair.cz/en/program, and you can see what's happening there right now as we speak. So that already brings me to the program. This General Assembly, taking place virtually now in Brno, also comes with a special focus actually on the CEE region, which you will see reflected in the program, which means we have a lot of speakers from the CEE region representing, for example, lighthouse projects. They're joining us in the panel sessions and they're reporting about best case approaches they have developed, also of course about their challenges, and we will discuss one or the other policy and other questions that are relevant for the CEE region. And sorry there, I lost my word for a second. Yes, this is reflected in the program. Of course, we also have various other attendees and speakers in the plenary sessions. One of the most important things, however, is that you really use this platform to interact with each other. So I already mentioned that if you click on attendees, you can see who is here. And now comes the feature that is really important. If you click on a person's name, you can actually invite them for a personal one-on-one conversation. So you can open up your personal chat with them, where you then can, as in a live space, come together, share a virtual cup of coffee, catch up, or if there's a person you're not familiar with, but that you really would like to use, to meet, you can use this feature to send them a message and invite them for a scheduled meeting. So as if strolling through an exhibition booth, meeting somebody that looks interesting, stands in front of a booth that's interesting, you would just approach them and ask them, hey, how about we get together in half an hour for a cup of coffee? This is what you can do if you click on attendees, you select a person's name, and then all the features will pop up automatically. And I really encourage you to make use of this feature because this is really what provides you the most value if you are able to get together for one-on-one conversations today and tomorrow. Having said that, what else is up? We have, of course, plenary sessions, so main sessions in the main hall. We will have discussions, and then we will have parallel sessions. If later on there's a parallel session and you don't know which one to choose, there's no need to stress because actually everything that's happening here is being recorded. That means if you, for example, today you watch one session, then in the coming days you can just follow the channel of EIP SCC. Also check on YouTube and you will be able to watch the other sessions that you missed on one of the channels later on in the coming days. Then we have one special offer, and that is a deal meeting. Those are curated matchmaking opportunities that some of our matchmaking specialists curated in the previous days and are still curating. And one of the matchmaking specialists is Elko Kreuzinger, who is with us right now live, hopefully. I think he will pop up in a minute next to me. And he can tell me how this format actually works and if there's still some slots available in the coming days. Welcome, Elko.
Good morning, Zakas. Good morning, everybody.
Great to have you with me. Where are you dialing in from, actually?
Actually, I'm in a lovely city called Deventer, which is in the Netherlands. It's a medieval city right on the IJssel River. It's a beautiful town.
That sounds very lovely. Next time we will make sure that you position yourself in front of a window and we can hopefully enjoy the view. But right now let's talk about the deal making, the curated deal making possibilities. How does that exactly work?
Well, Zakas, what we have and as a marketplace, we have an investor network. It actually consists of 15 investing organizations across a variety of sectors with a variety of financial offers to the market. Actually, that network is growing, and what we do is we receive so-called project concept notes from whoever is considering to build a smart city project across Europe. So we have an application form. It's a very simple application form, which is available through the website. And we started the process back in January, back when we will still do things live. And to date, we have around 60 or 70 or so project proposals coming into what we call our funnel. And what we try to do as a matchmaking team is to review those proposals, to look at their maturity, and then identify which proposal fits which investors' risk appetite, sector, and financial construct best. And also for this particular event, we also have received a number of proposals that we are indeed, as you say, matching with the investors. And for those subset of meetings, we are setting up meetings with the correct investor. Having said that, it's never too late to submit your project proposal. It's not completely dependent on this event. It's actually a continuous process. So what we can do is we can receive your project concept note at any time, basically, and we're happy to review it and to match it best to an investor. And hopefully we can get to or you can get to a deal with an investor following your submission. That's it.
Oh, that sounds really great, Elko. The only question, of course, is then how to approach you. Which email address should I use, or which website should I click on?
Well, if you go to eu-smartcities.eu, you will find a call for smart city project concepts, and the process follows from there. It's actually quite simple.
Great, and I think one of my colleagues also will post either that link or the email address that you're using to schedule meetings. So if you want to still apply for one of the slots, maybe in the coming days, or as Elko said, in the coming weeks, just make sure to use this email address, and he can also provide you with all the information that you need in order to apply for one of these deal-making opportunities. Thanks for joining us, Elko. You'll be back later on today for more,
absolutely,
for more conversations. But right now, let's move on. Thanks for joining us.
Cheers.
So we're actually already just a couple of seconds shy of the big welcome note by Commissioner Kadri Simpson. So what I would like you to do now in just a couple of seconds is click on program, click on the welcome note, and then you will be able to enter the space where Kadri Simpson will deliver the welcome note. It will be followed directly by the very first plenary session, in that case focusing of course on the big COVID situation. It's called Beyond COVID-19, European Policies for Cities and the Future of the Smart Cities Marketplace. It will be moderated by Catherine Farage, and it will follow in the same room right after the keynote. So all you have to do now really is to click on program, click on the welcome note, and you will be in the right place to follow the program for the next 1.5 hours. We will be back here in 90 minutes with, on the one hand, some interviews, one or the other video around the SCIS platform, and much more information that we hopefully have you join us to share with. So please click now on program, click on welcome note, and you will be in the right space to follow the welcome keynote by Kadri Simpson and also the plenary session following right after in 15 minutes. Hello and welcome back here to the lobby. Thanks for joining us for the first plenary session, and thanks also for your patience. We had one or the other technical issue in the beginning. Speaking of which, for those of you who joined us early and wanted to see the welcome keynote from Commissioner Kadri Simpson, we will now actually post the link here in the chat. And if you want to see the last 3 minutes without any technical issues, you can just simply click on the link here and watch the full speech again, yes, after we're finished here. So we now have 30 minutes, or now we have 20 minutes left of our break here, that the program in the main hall will continue in 20 minutes. However, we still make use of the lobby here. So for the next 20 minutes, you'll see me here. And on the one hand, I'll interview, for example, Georg Huben, from the DG Energy, and also following, we'll actually visit our colleagues in Brno. So we will have a live stream with my colleague Tatjana in Brno. So stay tuned here with us and also enjoy your break with me. Before I continue with the program here, however, I want to quickly highlight again the functions you have here on this platform, also for those who joined later or joined during the speech. Let me give a quick tour to the most important features you have here. Of course, next to me on the right side of your screen, you can see the chat here. If you have questions, comments, if you want to interact here with the discussion we have for my speakers, just post it in the chat, and maybe we'll even include it. So you can also have a conversation with the other participants here via the chat. And then the most important feature, of course, is the tile on my right side from your point of view, which says program. If you want to join one of the sessions later on, for example, in 20 minutes, the way to get there is you click on program and then you look for the session, and you can directly click on the session there, and then you'll be able to enter the corresponding room. There's also a shortcut to get to each session that is happening live. All the way down at the bottom of the screen, you see a small live button. Right now, I'm live in no other session, but later on, when there will be a session or even a parallel session, you will see the live button, and you can just directly click on what's underneath, and you will be guided directly to the ongoing session. Having said that, let's start here then with our program during the break. There was already a little bit of talk in the plenary session about EIP SCC, of course, as one of the major matchmaking and platforms and marketplaces when it comes to smart cities in Europe. A site that is equally interesting but has a slightly different focus is the Smart Cities Information System, short SEIS. Because that basically is the major knowledge base for anything around smart cities. So we'll just have a quick look actually at the site. The domain is smartcities-infosystem.eu, and once you click on that domain, you will find various options. There's a lot of information about ongoing events, for example, about ongoing projects, but the most important feature is an interactive map where you can see all of Europe, and you actually can see more than 230 demo sites. So they're all mapped there right where they are. So you can zoom in, for example, into a country, let's say Spain, and we, for example, wanted to highlight a project in Vitoria-Gasteiz. So you could just directly zoom in, click on the little icon, and then you would find a lot of information about that demo site or, for example, Lighthouse project. In that case, you would be able to watch a video. Since we're running a bit behind, we will skip the video, but I really recommend you to check that out and have a look at all the different projects there are in Europe. So if you're looking for informations, that is your place to go. And actually, I have some exciting news to share here. The Smart City Information System and EIP SCC will merge. It's already a process that has begun, and later this year you will find them on the same domain hosted on the Europa server. So there will be a new domain name, and then the services of both websites of both platforms will be merged into one, and you will have one major platform for, on the one hand, matchmaking, you will have the marketplace, and of course the whole knowledge base that SEIS brings with it. So that's some exciting news. More on that later, and you will be updated via the newsletter, for example. So let's come to one of the really exciting interactive sessions we have here during our breaks. Very much looking forward now to have Georg Huben join me as a representative for the DG Energy. So behind EIP SCC, there's three DGs, the DG for energy, then the one for mobility called Move, and the one for everything around ICT called Connect. We will speak to representatives of all the three DGs throughout the day and tomorrow, and we will start with Georg now. Welcome. Where are you joining us from?
Hello, I'm joining from Germany, and I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you wonderful and clear.
Great. Would you allow me to just let down the lids a bit more so you can see me a bit better, I guess?
Yes, absolutely. Please take a second to do
that.
that.
I'm back in a second.
No problem.
So that should normally be a bit better now, I hope.
We can see you fine enough. The tie looks awesome, and we can hear you clearly. That's the most important thing. Georg, you're actually, I guess, the person really who's responsible for everything happening at EIP SCC, and you were also involved in the preparation of the discussion that we just had in plenary session 1. You invited all of the people who were involved in the agenda setting. So were you satisfied? Did they do a great job?
Let alone the somewhat technical issues we had. I think we can be very satisfied. As usual with these discussions, there is a few things you really cannot plan, as we saw. But let's say overall, I'm happy. It was a great discussion, I think, and also let's say all the boxes, let's say, were ticked. So all the important stuff was mentioned. We had the Green Deal, we had the renovation wave, we had mobility and transport in the session mentioned as very important building blocks for greener, climate neutral, resilient cities, and so on. We had digital transition and digital means mentioned. We touched upon the financing, which is equally important. So essentially, we had all the ingredients which we need in order to push forward leaner and greener cities in the future and to make them better places to live in fact. So that was overall very nice, as said, let alone the technical problems, but okay. That's Murphy's Law, I guess.
That's our responsibility. That has nothing to do with the panelists, of course. So actually, you were deeply involved in the preparation, but were there some points that even you were surprised by, or that was a key takeaway for you, that something new that you learned?
Well, Katharina said during the panel, or moderator said that was to be expected when she asked the last question about COVID-19, what to do about it, and what's next, and so on. There was this overwhelming, unanimous vote. 100% for no, let's stop with this old bad habits, let's do what we learned, let's repeat that, let's use that for the future. But that was actually a bit of a surprise, because I would have expected that people are a bit more all over the place. So that's very positive, a very positive surprise. What was also sort of interesting, that we had a bit of a, not a surprise, but an interesting bit at least, that we need to increase the innovation rate. Because we were thinking, actually, we were already in the mood of replication, deployment, and so on. So let's now really get into applying what we learned and get this massive rollout of deeply retrofitted buildings. Let's do some more stuff on multimodal transport. Let's get more citizen engaged, and so on. So that was an interesting remark, actually, because as I said, we are already on this deployment wave, let's say.
If you had had the chance to join the plenary session yourself, what would have been the key point that you would like to contribute?
Well, since this is the General Assembly of the marketplace of the Innovation Partnership, I guess I would have made a point on the actual matchmaking facility we operate, so that we really see that as an opportunity to get especially smaller, medium-sized cities in, like those cities who are not quite usually in the target, on the focus of, let's say, bigger banks or funding programs. We heard something on Elena. Elena is a great tool. It's a fantastic instrument. However, it is also very much tailor-made to, let's say, bigger projects. When it comes to the cities in Europe, we look at a vast majority of actually smaller and medium-sized cities, like 55 to 60%. So, I think we should do something about that as well. So we need to translate and transform the lessons learned in a way that they are applicable and replicable for smaller and medium-sized cities as well. And I think there, the marketplace can kick in with the matchmaking, with all the linked initiatives, Joint Boost Sustained, for instance, Living in the EU. We have the Covenant of Mayors, we have Civitas and so on, which can bring in all this experience on how to translate that for smaller and medium-sized cities, in fact.
In regards to that, to anybody listening, if you still want to make use of the curated matchmaking, reach out to the colleague of us, Elko Kreuzinger. He still is available to make some schedule appointments. You can apply for that. Maybe we can even repost his email address if my colleague is listening. That is the best address to go to if you want some of the curated matchmaking that Georg also spoke about. Last question for you, Georg, before we then go live to Bruno. Of course, the topic was COVID-19, beyond COVID-19. Now, this conference is happening in a digital manner already, but in what other ways has the work of the EIP SCC Marketplace changed? So what other things have changed in your work, or also in the services that people can enjoy in the coming months?
Well, first of all, I'm living in that same reality. I'm at home from March this year. What I observed is, of course, one, you have to get used to that new working mode, of course. But what I observe is that I can only speak about me, of course, in this case, but I would humbly state that I'm more efficient, that I have a much better life-work balance, really. And then all over the place, what we see is actually that COVID-19 is more and more seen also as an opportunity. Be it for private life or for business. And that, I think, is the right spirit. I know that COVID still is a huge challenge, but COVID-19 also should be really seen as an opportunity. And I think it's our job, our challenge, but as said, our great opportunity to turn that crisis into a new start, into the new normal. And that, I think, is a very positive turn if we only take that opportunity.
Thanks a lot for joining us. I think that was a perfect last statement for this interview. So let's use what we can of this crisis for a positive outcome as an opportunity for maybe unforeseen innovations, to up our innovation game, as you mentioned earlier, and make the best of it. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks so much also for having me here. Thank you very much. See you later. Bye.
See you later. And from Georg, we're now switching to our EIP SCC colleague Tatjana, who is live in Brno at the exhibition grounds, and in that case, actually at the EIP SCC booth in Brno. And she will be with us in just a second. She will also join me via a call here. I will just wait a second until she appears next to me. In the meantime, make sure to not only follow the plenary sessions, the second one, for example, following here in 10 minutes, but also check in here for the breaks. We will be with you during the breaks. We will have more interviews with two more representatives, in that case then of the DG Connect and of the DG Move. And of course, make sure to click on the tile here down that's called Explore Zone Exhibitors, because there you will find plenty of virtual exhibition booths and some colleagues from the action clusters, some colleagues from EIP SCC who are there ready to chat with you on the topics that you're interested in. So make sure to click on that tile and explore all the different virtual venues you can find there and colleagues who are ready to chat with you. I see Tatjana is now with me. Welcome, Tatjana.
Hello, wait. And Esben is also here with me. There he is. We are here live in Brno. I'll take my mask off because we are in the stand. So this is the exhibition center. Maybe I can show you a little from this side. And this is our stand.
Tatiana.
There you go.
Yes. Tatiana, actually, I can see there's quite a few people. So there are actually some attendees, and you probably have people to chat with. So what's the atmosphere like now, being there live on the ground?
It's getting livelier and livelier. We're here very early in the morning. There was, of course, people setting up their stands and so on. But now I think there might be probably a couple of hundred people going around. And we're very close to. I'll switch my camera so you can see it. To the main stand, and these are some of the other exhibitors' stands. So I think it's still early in the morning, but people are coming in, all very organized, COVID compliant, and so on. I think it'll pick up. It's still quite early in the morning, but yeah. And on our side, here's Esben already giving some information to visitors. We'll be here today and tomorrow, as you know. What you can expect to find with us is information of all the projects that we host on our website. And of course, if any visitors have questions about the matchmaking and other services that we offer, that's also something that you can come and check on us. We're also streaming live for events, so there you are.
I can wave to myself there. That's wonderful, with a short delay, of course. So, say, Tatiana, you mentioned there's quite a few people, a couple of hundred at the Urbe Smart City Fair. Are they then generally from Brno or from the Czech Republic, or do you also have some international visitors? And whom did you talk to already today?
There's, I feel like there's more locals, but I feel in the morning I spoke with a couple of people from Slovenia and Slovakia. So I think the Brno organization made a very good effort and job in attracting the people in the neighborhood here of Central Eastern Europe. Mm-hmm. In my hotel, there's a big delegation from Brussels. But I think it has to do with the fact that there's a very big wine event next door. So the wine enthusiasts are also smart cities enthusiasts. We'll probably see them here.
All right, that's a wonderful combination, the Urbe Smart City Fair right next door to a wine convention. I hope they first go to this Urbe Smart City Fair and then to the wine convention and not the other way around. I think you will be there, not only today, but also tomorrow in Brno, and we probably might see you again if we find an interesting person to talk to. So maybe we'll actually make use of the fact that you're there on the site, and you can hunt one or the other interesting person to join us here live in the General Assembly of the EIP SCC Marketplace. Thanks a lot for joining us now this morning, and I hope to see you again in one of the next break sessions we have here in the lobby.
Thank you for following up with you guys also online. Great session so far.
So let's continue here. I see we are just 2 minutes shy of plenary session number 2. So if you're just joining us now, you can enter each session 5 minutes prior to the start. So if you want, you can already click on program, and then you can click on plenary session number 2, which will focus on the best sustainable and smart city practices in the CEE region. Now and also upcoming in the future. So the panelists will share and discuss best practices, good examples from the wider EIP SCC Marketplace, and we will also have a couple of mayors from the from the region joining us, from the CEE region joining us. So it's quite an interesting session. Make sure to visit it. It'll go on for 90 minutes. So just click on program and then click on plenary session number 2, best sustainable and smart city practices in CEE. Or in a couple of minutes, you can also look at the bottom of your screen and then just click on live now. That will directly take you into the session. You can join the session and also make use really of the chat function you will find in that room. If you are in the plenary session, actually the chat icon is on the other side of the screen. So you will find it to your right. There's a small chat icon, also a question mark. You can just click on it, post questions as the plenary session is going on, and the moderator will make sure to include your comments or your questions then later on during the Q&A part by the end of the panel discussion. So make it as interactive as you want. And once again, I really encourage you to click on the tile below me, attendees. Look for interesting names, either somebody you know you've already met at another exhibition, or somebody you know, maybe a name you heard from, you would like to connect with. You can invite them for a scheduled one-on-one chat and of course also video call as the conference is going on. So that is one of the most important features we have here on the platform. If you click on attendees, and also if you see a name here in the chat, just directly click on the name and you will find the option to contact them directly and either start a chat right away or schedule a video call with them. You will have your private video room. You don't need to leave this platform. It can all happen here. So really make sure to connect and share a virtual cup of tea or a coffee. Or if you are in Brno, as we heard, you can also share a glass of wine next door. So having said that, I think the session number 2 is live now. So if you just joined us, click on program, click on plenary session number 2, best sustainable and smart city practices in the CEE region. Hello and welcome back to our lobby program during the lunchtime. I hope you really enjoyed the morning so far and were able to participate or at least to listen to the plenary discussion, also to participate with your questions, and you already had some value for your time spent here. So in just a second, actually, I will speak to Francisco Rodriguez Perez Coriel of the EIP SCC team, and we'll discuss a little bit the topic that we had in the plenary session 2 now, and also take it a step further and build a bridge from specific EEC topics. CEE topics, sorry, to also other countries in Europe and, for example, Spain. We'll get there in a minute. Before we get there, however, I just want to also let you know that in around 15 minutes, so at 12:45, we have a automated one-on-one speed dating session. So all you need to do if you want to partake in that, be back here in 15 minutes, then click on program, click on speed dating in the program, and you will be automatically matched with various attendees that are also here on the platform at that time. So this is your chance to get to know people that you maybe don't know yet and that you wouldn't have otherwise met. So make sure to be here at 12:45, click on program, and then click on speed dating session, and you will have the chance to make some connections that come with a surprise and that enable you to maybe talk to peers, talk to solution providers, and all other stakeholders that are here today as attendees. So, having said that, I can see that Francisco is now with me in the chat, so he will appear right next to me in just a second. We need 1 second more, I see. So, yes, Francisco Rodriguez Perez Coriel, he is also a team member of the EIP SCC team. He has curated the session that we just listened to. So you also listened to the session, you're deeply involved into the topic. Were there some talking points that you did not expect?
Yes, there was a number of them indeed. I think that some of the last reactions to the COVID-19 from the city administrations were quite interesting, not very surprising, but quite interesting. It is a huge challenge, but at the same time, they pointed out that also a good opportunity to do things differently and to move forward. But yeah, definitely very interesting topics addressed by the city representatives.
Before I start my next question, actually one of our colleagues, Kati, documents all of the session with graphic recording. So as we speak, we will just show you the graphic recording.
Oh, thank you. Yes. Well, the key point was the journey of the cities. I think the four speakers had an underlying story behind them, which is the journey that cities are undertaking in order to make this transition to more sustainable cities to live in and to more livable places. So each city has a very distinct specifics and also some commonalities. And it was very interesting for me to see how each city addressed their journey, what are their goals, what are their ambitions, and what they share in their specific plans in order to advance. Because this is, at the end of the day, what can help others. Replication is a big goal of these days, of these activities, of these projects, and listening to successful stories and also listening to failures, as in the example that the Tartu representative showed us, is also very interesting for the audience, I think. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, that's right.
Spain, are there some learnings from the CE region that would also be applicable in Spain or in Southern Europe?
I think, well, I have kind of a mix of answers here because, well, I am a bit biased because at the same time, I am the coordinator, by the way, of one of the SCC1 projects, Smart in City, as you said, and I am a bit biased towards Tartu because it's one of our lighthouse cities. And I think we have, over the years working with Tartu, we have learned many things from them. They are a very good example of a city that focuses on practicalities. And I think Raymond explained in his presentation how they have a strong connection with the citizens, with all their local environment, companies, university, and so on. This is a sign of a small city which handles things this way with more agility. And I think many cities can learn from this experience. This is well, a specific, maybe too specific to Tartu, but as for the differences and the specifics to the Central and Eastern Europe, I think this is why events like this are very interesting, in my opinion, because working with cities from all over Europe, we find a lot of differences and specificities, from climate to technical differences, well, the energy mix, legal framework, and even and foremost maybe cultural differences. So this is in part what this is make our job exciting. But jokes aside, there are also commonalities that we can identify, and we try to focus on those in our work. So definitely a very interesting output from the panelists in that regard as well.
Actually, the point you raised earlier, having been also personally to Vilnius or Sofia, I really had the feeling those cities are very dynamic. There's a huge proportion of young people that are very eager and receptive for change and for the digitalization. So you can almost feel the vibrance in the air. So that's very exciting. I think that's really something that could also hopefully be contagious for Middle European or Southern European cities. You mentioned some of the differences. What other differences then would you see between the context that smart cities in the CEE region operate, or for example, Bilbao or Madrid? Yeah,
well, in principle, there are similarities and there are differences in different regions of Europe. If you go to very specific things, for example, one of the main differences that we can see is the property structure and the decision-making flow in, for example, multi-story apartment houses, which is a key aspect of high volume retrofitting. If you are to retrofit big areas of one city, taking care of these kind of things, which is not really technical stuff, but is maybe the main barrier or the main aspect to address when you are to embark in such actions. So these are the kind of things that need to be addressed very locally or at the regional level, and exchange between cities in the same region is very important in that aspect, because having the experience not only from cities from the other side of Europe, but also from your neighbor cities which share the culture. This is part also of the culture of a country, is very important. And this is once again why I think days like today, with a focus on Central Eastern Europe, are very, very important.
And of course, there you touch upon one of the most important topics when it comes to becoming carbon neutral in the coming decades, and one of the biggest levers there is to influence the CO2 footprint. Also, it was a topic earlier today in one of the sessions with a renovation wave coming hopefully soon. The last question I have for you, you've organized this panel, but I'm sure the conversation and the discussion, the exchange, also the peer-to-peer exchange is continuing. So what would be the best place to keep this conversation going, to keep the peer-to-peer exchange going?
I think this day, today and tomorrow, this event offers plenty of opportunities. We have several sessions, several parallel sessions. If you are interested in specific aspects, you can check the program and look at the parallel session that can address your interests on one hand. On the other hand, I think there is plenty of opportunity to reach out to other participants, reach out to speakers, one of the wonders of IT is that the communication possibilities are endless. So you can use the platform and use the facility that the platform gives you to get in contact with the speakers, to approach them even digitally, and continue the exchange.
Thanks a lot for joining us here, taking your time. All the best greetings to Bilbao.
You're
Francisco.
welcome. Thank you very much for having me.
So, as Francisco said, of course, the next 1.5 days you can still make the best use. If you heard some very exciting stories, may it be from Sofia or some of the other cities, not Sofia, sorry, Leipzig or Tartu or any of the other cities that we heard in the session beforehand. Just look for the speakers. In the speaker tile, you can click on their names or go via attendees, look for the speaker name there, and then you can approach them. You can ask them to schedule a one-on-one session with you, a video conference within the coming 1.5 days or 24 hours still. So make the best use of it to get together on a peer-to-peer level or on the solution provider to smart city representative level. So click on attendees, look for the name of the people that you want to connect with and invite them for a one-on-one session. Before we get to the speed dating, the randomized speed dating session that we will have here in 2 minutes, I think we're still able, for a very quick video that one of our colleagues took in Stuttgart. He actually used his lunch break yesterday to highlight one of the lighthouse projects we have here in Stuttgart when it comes to performance buildings in the school environment. I think there's 4 projects on a European level, and the project here in Stuttgart at the Solitude School is one of them, and he's just going to tell you what this exactly is about. So in just a second we'll share that video with you. I can see my colleagues are clicking on play, so it might take a second. And then in around 2 minutes after that video, you'll see me again and we can have, I'll introduce you to the networking session.
Hi everybody. I'm now on site in Stuttgart to show you the Solitude School. The Solitude School is a secondary school which consists of 5 buildings you can see behind me. And the buildings have been constructed between the 1960s and the early 90s. Before the renovation, the school consisted of several solid constructions with high energy consumptions, like the main building, the science building and the gym. And the aim of the School for Future project was to design and demonstrate how to achieve high performance buildings with focus on school buildings. The project had a big impact on the energy demand of the school. The refurbishment and the use of energy sources with lower primary energy led to annual energy savings of 605 megawatts per hour, a reduction more than 50%. Also, the CO2 emissions are down by 55 tons per year, which is a reduction of 60% a year. That's it for me. Bye.
Here we go. All right, this much for greetings from Stuttgart from our colleague Jan, who visited one of the performance buildings here, a lighthouse project that, by the way, you can probably also find on the SCIS platform. So the Smart City-infosystem.eu, a really great tool that you should check out as long as you can still find it under that domain. Later that year, it will be merged with the EIP SCC marketplace into one big platform for everything concerning smart cities. So now it's time for the speed dating. So please join us in the randomized speed dating. Click on program and then click on the speed dating session, and you will automatically be able to join the room, and you will meet in a couple of minutes very different people from all over Europe. So all the attendees who are still here and who join the speed dating session will be there and will be matched automatically. So just click on program and then click on speed dating session, and you will be part of the randomized speed dating. Welcome back to the lobby. I hope you enjoyed our speed dating experience with the randomized speed dating. If you are still with us here during the lunch break and you were also part of the speed dating, please drop us a comment here in the chat box right next to me and let us know how you enjoyed the experience or what kind of encounters you actually made, and if you were able to meet one or the other person that was a valuable connection. So we still have a little bit of program before we also go into lunch break. And as I mentioned earlier, behind EIP SCC, there's basically 3 Directorate Generals that are responsible for the whole program and collaborate closely together. We already had a representative of the DG Energy with us earlier today, Georg Huben. Now it's time for the DG focused on mobility. It's called DG Move. And our representative, Luana Bidashka, recorded a video message where she will speak about the European efforts and EU programs to promote smart mobility. So let's enjoy her message for 10 minutes and then I will be back with you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Luana Bidashka. I work for the European Commission, and I'm very happy to speak to you today at the Urbis Fair, even if it's remotely, and with the EIP SCC General Assembly. So apart from the opportunities offered by the European Innovation Partnership on Smart Cities and Communities, cities wherever in the European Union can get involved in the Civitas network, for example, which is the flagship EU program for urban mobility and innovation. So in practice, cities can reach out to other communities, can join the events, the programs, the activities of Civitas cities. They can exchange good practice in innovation, meet local decision makers and planners, companies that also want to make a change at the local level by implementing a solution. It's a resource for inspiration, let's say, and an opportunity to form alliances that could in the future help them create a partnership and go together for a joint project. So historically, urban planning and urban transport planning in cities was focused more on transportation, on the movement of goods, on the movement of cars, on traffic lights, on road maintenance. So since 2013, a new framework has been created and developed and coined in the EU, which is called Sustainable Urban Mobility Planning. Now, this is a framework that the European Commission strongly encourages cities to adopt. And it goes beyond transport. It tries to re-envisage another city. It tries to recreate the relationship that the city has with transport. It's about working with stakeholders. It's about creating a more livable city, a city which is focused also on active mobility, a city which encourages road safety, a city which prioritizes public transport. So in this framework, a lot of sustainable and smart mobility solutions can be adopted. So as you well know, at the end of last year, the European Union launched the European Green Deal, which is a historic strategy to address climate change. And in there, we have a very ambitious target to decarbonize transport as well, and transport emissions by 90% until 2050. Now, currently, urban transport is responsible for 25% of CO2 emissions and for 70% of all other emissions. So the role of action at local level is deeply justified. Also, it's important to know that the smart and sustainable mobility strategy will be the European Commission's response to the Green Deal objectives. And there will be a new document coming out at the end of the year. At urban level, it will have to address air pollution and urban congestion. And of course, the need for a socially just transition must also include investments for affordable solutions for those affected by carbon pricing policies, for example, to improve the qualitative, efficient, affordable, modern, and clean public transport. Well, data collection, as you know, at local level and data gathering is very important. They say that data is the new fuel, and it has become the new fuel to energize and to start and to roll out these smart mobility platforms that are being trialed and developed in cities all across. So I would say that data collection is a challenge, but also an opportunity. It's a key action to help cities measure progress also achieved and to indicate other areas where they could invest and they could take some actions. So, for example, you could measure accessibility to transport services, you could measure congestion, you have to measure air quality as well, and road safety. These are just a few of the indicators which are available online, and we have developed together with cities around the EU in a joint project. So we would hope that this indicator would help cities to analyze and get a better picture of the transport situation in their city. The biggest advantage of working in European projects and working across boundaries on sustainable urban mobility is the opportunity to observe. For example, take a bit the approach of a fly on the wall, right? And see what others are doing, see how they are innovating, see how they are testing and what they are experimenting. So it's a chance also for cities to leapfrog, for example, to things that are already proven to work without having to conduct expensive feasibility studies, let's say, or with a more minimal analysis. So let's take the example of urban logistics. E-cargo bikes and micro-distribution centers for deliveries in densely circulated areas have already a strong business case. So cities like Barcelona have really taken up this solution in the Smart City project Grow Smarter. More recently, cities like Brussels have announced a big investment in this area. 5 million euros, also with the help of the European Commission, will be invested and will be allocated to incentivizing the purchasing of cargo bikes, electric cargo bikes for goods, but also for the transport of people. Well, I think one of the big opportunities out there is to really take advantage of the marketplace that the EIP SCC is organizing. And there are events happening every few months where investors and business providers and solution providers and industry stakeholders are coming together. So that's a chance to see a bit what's out there and find alliances and partnerships. And then there is also an opportunity to join these action clusters, which are focused around transport. So in particular, there is a lot of activity in the urban air mobility. So there you have not only cities, but also drone providers that could, for example, come up with a solution for a particular test that you would like to do. And there is a very active cluster around new mobility services where you could meet companies working on digital parking, zero emission vehicle providers, shared mobility providers, but also intelligent transport system solutions like TomTom. It's an opportunity to engage with networks like Polis or Eurocities who take an active role in these clusters. I think that what cities have been doing is that they have invested in technology, but they have equally invested in using the technology well. So it's relatively easy on the one hand, let's say, to install Wi-Fi hotspots everywhere, but there's only so much you can do with this kind of investment. It's also key to enable citizens to start experimenting, to allow them to co-create and to come up with bottom-up initiatives. And the government needs to play also a productive role in that context, to have a flexible approach to allow for this piloting, for this experimentation of the technology first.
Well, that was a message from Luana Bidashka, representative for the DG Move. Tomorrow we will have one more message of the DG Connect, so that is the DG focusing obviously on ICT, and Svetoslav Mihaj will be with us and share his latest insights. But that is to come tomorrow. So now we'll actually also have a short break here in the lobby for around 20 minutes. And then we will continue the program at 1:30 with two parallel sessions. On the one hand, the replication session focusing on best practices and how they can be replicated. So it's a really hands-on session. And then a session on smart city finance and the role of the EIP SCC marketplace in the context of COVID-19. So be back with us in around 20-25 minutes. And be ready then for the afternoon session. Take a break, get something to drink, some fruits, and come back full of energy. Hello, welcome back after the lunch break. I'm sorry for this short irritation at the beginning. We had a technical issue, but I hope you had a great lunch break. You could enjoy a break, get something to drink, get something to eat, and you're back here with us full of energy. We also hope that you took a moment to have a look at the Explore Zone exhibitors and met some of probably the fellow Action Cluster colleagues, or you were able to explore some action clusters that you haven't tapped into before. And some solution providers. So make sure to always have a look at the Explore Zone, see who's there, see who's set up a virtual booth. Most people are actually there and are able to chat with you and start an interaction, just as if you were at an actual exhibition grounds, for example, at the Urbis Smart City Fair that's happening also right now as we speak. So, here in our virtual conference, we now move on to the afternoon sessions, and now we actually, for the first time, have two parallel sessions. That means you can choose to watch one. You can, of course, also swap the rooms halfway if you want to. And as we are recording both sessions, you don't need to stress. In the coming days, you will be able to find all of the recordings either on the EIP SCC channel or then on the corresponding YouTube channel. So choose whichever session is now most important for you today, and then you're able to catch up on the session that you missed later on the channel of the EIP SCC channel. Yes. So, what sessions are we up to? On the one hand, we have a replication session, so dedicated to cities actively working on smart city programs such as the SCC 01 fellow cities, for example. So that's a really hands-on session looking into best cases that already are very interesting in regards to replication, and some really valuable insights, tips, and steps for other cities to copy. And parallel to that, we have a session on smart city finance and the role of the EIP SCC in the context of the COVID-19 crisis. So that will focus on what are investors looking for at the moment, for example, what are the investments going on in the CEE region, as well as the role of the EIP SCC marketplace in that context. So those are the two options you have now, either a replication session or a smart city finance session. Just click on the program tile right next to me here, and you will be able to find them in the agenda, and then just directly click on the sessions and you will be able to enter the space that they're taking place in. Hello and welcome back after these two parallel sessions. We now have a coffee break of 30 minutes that hopefully you will use to get some drinks and refresh yourself, but you can also stay with us for the next 30 minutes. I'll be here, and on the one hand we will follow up on both parallel sessions. So we will follow up with some examples on the replication session. I will have an interview in regards to the second parallel session in regards to finance. We will talk about the EIP SCC Masterclass for Smart Cities, Matchmaking Masterclass. And I also have a video message from a representative of the DG Connect, Svet Mihailov. So please stay with us for the next 30 minutes if you want to, and you will get plenty of more information. Of course, you're also welcome to check out our exploration zone, and you can meet some of the people who set up their virtual booth, may it be from an action cluster, from a solution provider, or many more stakeholders. So let's get started here. In the parallel session 1 that focused on replication, best practices, and lessons learned for smart cities, there was actually the talk about two cases focusing on smart energy solutions. One case being in Sonderburg in Denmark, and the other one being in Cluj-Napoca in Romania. And both of these cases also can be found on the Smart City Info System. So we also wanted to check out that website, and we're now going to have a look at the two videos that you can find on that website in regards to these two demo sites. We will start in Romania with Cluj-Napoca. Let's roll.
Response is to reduce the peak power at certain times during the day, and this can be done by controlling the heating, ventilation and air conditioning systems. Along with the lighting, the main issue is related to people. They did not know what to expect, so we had to inform them. The main challenge for us was to attract the occupants, but then if we showed them the decrease in the energy use, the peak power reduction and the potential money that not they but the building can achieve, they voluntarily involved. We only have one legal and political issue, is that we don't have a demand response energy market in place here in Romania. So in all our experiments we simulated this market. We receive signals to perform demand response events from the energy market, which is simulated. We receive response events from the energy market, which is simulated. We receive the signals from the UK partner. He decides when to trigger a demand response event, but he decides looking at the Romanian load curve, energy use, and at the temperature here. Then we have to collaborate with the technical staff here in the university. The most important is that we have to inform the people in the buildings about the events, and also to try to involve them. We need their involvement, especially in the student hostels, because if they involve, the impact, the benefit will be higher. So the idea is that we intend to replicate the project also for the public buildings belonging to the city municipalities here. Then, of course, we intend that the outcome of this project to be a business model, if the energy market for the demand response will be legalized, that can be replicated in the whole country. Personally, I work in energy efficiency since 2005, and during this time I also noticed climate changing. So I think this is mainly due to our interventions, to human interventions in the nature, in the environment. So climate is changing, we are changing, and we can change things. And if me, if you, if more people will do this and are doing this, we will have an impact for our generation and maybe for the future generations.
Well, that was a very cool example from Cluj-Napoca in Romania. We will now move on to the demo site in Sonderborg, Denmark. Let's roll the video.
Many people say, yeah, it doesn't matter what you're doing in Sonderborg, it's such a small part, but I really think we have everyone have to do something, and yeah, as I said, I don't want to leave this world without having done something. We have some objects which we can do something about, and one of them is the transport. It has for years been an issue for us, and therefore we have been preparing this for a long period and saying next time we want to make it green. It is more expensive, and I'm happy that the city council said we want this and we're going to pay the extra money. We have been working on this Project Zero for 11 years now, and through that period there has always been an agreement. And the city council said we want this and we're going to pay the extra money. Through that period there has always been an agreement, and therefore every time when we need to invest money, we do it.
Sonderborg has a vision of becoming zero carbon, probably more ambitious than most other European cities. Transitioning society into zero carbon is a huge challenge for every city. Green transportation, as we call it, is an even bigger challenge. So the biogas buses has a perfect fit with transitioning transportation. Every day the buses are fueled or charged, you might call it, with the biogas, and that will enable them to operate for one or several days. And there was an initial investment to build up that operational plant, but this is all done. And I think part of transitioning into the biogas buses have been this initial investment to mentally overcome the barriers, and then you can harvest for the lifetime, and for the next 10 years operational cost will be less. And these buses will remove 2,000 tons. District heating and PV plants will take their part. So we all have to look at ways and solutions to get there.
Recorder. That was the example from Sonderborg, Denmark. Both of these videos can be found on smartcity-infosystem.eu, a great platform to have a look at more than 230 different demo sites all over Europe with much more information and videos. They have a great interactive map on their website. So if you're interested in checking out what's happening all over Europe and to see and to have a look at all the different Lighthouse projects and smart city demo sites, go to smartcity-infosystem.eu. I can really recommend it. So that was our follow-up on the parallel session 1 on best practices and replication. So now we move on. We actually have a video message from Svetoslav Mihailov. He is a representative for the DG Connect, so the DG focusing on ICT topics. And he recorded a video for us and gives us the latest insights into the areas of EU support and usable tools in the coming period in the field of digital transformation. Let's roll the video with Svet.
One of the biggest goal of the European Commission is to reduce the greenhouse gases emission of 80% till 2050. With our project, we provide a solution which can allow to step by step achieve this goal. So in the Heat for Cool project, we have 3 types of solution which will be developed. One is the air source heat pump, which is supported by photovoltaic installations which provide the electricity for the heat pump. And the second solution is the gas adsorption heat pump, which will be supported by solar collectors. We simply do not replace the existing installations, but provide some integration with renewable energy sources. One of the biggest projects in innovation is a self-correcting intelligent building energy management system, which is a system to control and monitor this integration. The citizen
So we actually accidentally went to the wrong video, but that gave you the chance to have a look into one of the 230 demo sites that can be found on scis.eu. So we just had a look into a nice demo site in Poland. But let's now really have a look at the video message from Svet, the representative for the DG Connect. My colleagues are just clicking on the proper file now and we will play it in a few seconds. After that, we will take a moment to actually have a live chat with Elko Kreuzinger, who's going to tell us more about his masterclass project for smart cities. And I see the video is ready to go, so let's have a look at the message from Svet Mihailo.
Yes, hello. I'm Svetoslav Mihailov from the European Commission, working on smart cities, smart mobility, smart energy, and other smart areas. And I'm happy to speak, this time from my home. Traditionally, I was always participating, but to the General Assembly of the European Innovation Partnership, this time taking place at the EIP Forum in Brno in Czech Republic. Well, there are a number of them, and they kind of complement each other in order to get the full picture and help the cities go through this digital transition. Now, the main ones that I would like to highlight are the Digital Europe program, which is a new program in parallel to the Horizons, so the research and innovation. It's about deployment and capacity building. And then, of course, we still continue with the research and innovation within Horizon Europe. There, within Pillar 2, in Cluster 4 and 5, there are a number of areas, intervention areas, projects, and so on dedicated to smart cities. In everything, either the application areas such as energy, mobility, etc., or the technology used, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and so on and so on. Then also within Horizon Europe, we have this new instrument, which is the Mission on Climate Neutral and Smart Cities, which is under development, and it will really kind of try to combine the different instruments in a holistic approach towards 100 exemplar cities, climate neutral cities. And then we also have the typical partnership that are going. There are some dedicated to the cities. Then another instrument that we are using is the Connected Europe Facility, and then the second version will start with the next framework program. And within it, we have several also initiatives around 5G for communities and platforms and so on. Then other funds could be structural funds, cohesion funds, rural development funds, recovery and resilience facility, and so on and so on. And if you get involved, and I'll mention it again over in the future, in the next questions, but get involved in the Living in EU initiative, in the EIP SCC, different action clusters, such as the integration infrastructure and processes, the Intelligent Cities Challenge, etc., etc. So different initiatives supported by the Commission to learn more about the different funding opportunities. Well, all of the programs that I mentioned, they're not specifically designed for Western or Eastern Europe or Central for that matter. So any of the different cities around Europe can get involved. Having said that, we have noticed in the past that it's more the Western cities and the bigger cities that have been more involved and actually more profiting from this kind of funding, especially when we're talking about Horizon Europe and this kind of funding. This can be due probably to some extent to their greater capacity to absorb these funds, you know, their technical knowledge and experts that they have available, the cities, the bigger Western cities, rather than the Eastern and smaller cities. But we are seeing that this gap is closing, so we believe that in the future this will change. And also, if you look at the other funds that I mentioned, such as structural funds, cohesion funds, etc., these funds, to a great extent, very often they're more available in the eastern and central parts of Europe rather than in the poorer areas rather than richer areas. So we really encourage the cities from these areas to get involved, to request this kind of funding, to profit from it, to use it to the maximum. We can see when we look at them and talk to cities, do surveys, etc., we see that they are kind of focused around three main areas, so planet, profit, and people. And if we look at the different components within this, we're talking about things like sustainability, increased quality of life, efficiency in the energy, resource, and financial areas, the resilience, safety, and crisis response of the cities, which became super evident during the COVID-19 response. There we saw clearly that more data helps to address the problematic, and the more data we had, the faster we could resolve the situation. So we are really seeing this increased interest in digital due to this crisis that we are having, plus all the other benefits that I mentioned. There are a number of barriers holding back the cities in Europe in order to fully benefit from digital transformation and move to the next stage. They're affecting to the different degree, different surveys, different discussions with the cities have shown different values for all of them, but the main ones are, we see the lack of funding, and that's why we are addressing with the different instruments that we have at our disposals. And on top of this, of course, as we do in the European Innovation Partnership for Smart City Communities in the marketplace, we're encouraging discussion with investors. Other problematics on the standardization and technical part of it, including the market availability of solutions. Now, we have addressed it. We have developed standards with the different programs before that and our initiatives. And now with the new initiatives, such as the Living in EU, but also what we did in the Action Cluster Integration Infrastructure in the EIP SCC, we are aiming at promoting this standardization, making sure everybody is aligned behind this standardization, and that we can implement it through procurement processes, through other initiatives into the real implementations out there. Because only like this we can assure portability, interoperability, and proliferation of services. Now, Apart from this, there are other obstacles such as capacity and skills. And there I mentioned that it was clear before that Eastern Europe was kind of behind, but it's quickly catching up. And examples are Brno, Sofia, and other cities. The access to data is still a problem because the data is there, but we cannot access it for different reasons. Then we have legislative and procurement barriers to be addressed. There is a problem with trust, so cybersecurity is crucial in order to enable the take-up of these technologies. And then there is the societal acceptance. It's a new thing. It's a bit of a surveillance kind of like thing. So we need this acceptance of the new technology. And there are other barriers, but these are the main one that I can think of now.
So that was a video, message from Svet Mihal, the representative for the DG Connect. As promised, we will now move on and actually talk a little bit about the masterclass that our matchmaking specialists at EIP SCC have come up with, and also the reasons behind it, who it is interesting for, and what you can expect if you take part in the masterclass. So with me now is Elko Krosinga. He's one of the two matchmaking specialists at EIP SCC. Welcome.
Thank you, Zakis. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Perfect. Perfect.
No.
So indeed, hello, because we met this morning as well. So yeah, indeed, the Smart Cities Masterclass. So this is a concept that our team has developed. It's actually meant to be a 2-day program with 1 day building your smart city project concept, using a framework that's called that's based on the Smart City Guidance Package, which is actually a result of one of the action clusters of the marketplace. So working together in a small group, we think we can work with around 16 participants to be able to give them, let's say, the personalized attention, working a project concept up, and then taking some time off, do some homework, and then present the project concept in a refined format to let's call it a jury of masters, if you like, including members of our investment network, so that we get quite decent, very mature project proposals that hopefully by the end of the masterclass could really feed into the project funnel, the finance funnel of any of our investors. The program is available in its structure. I'm happy to share it. I'm sure that my colleagues are able to share it with the audience. It's a 2-pager. So if you're interested in that, do reach out to us. We will do a short intake with all of the participants, like a 20-minute intake, so that we have a full understanding of the background of the project developer, what sector, what sort of technology. Also, let's say that's an initial impression of the maturity, and then work with the project developers in a small group. Hopefully, by the end of the masterclass, coming out of it with a decent, investable, or so let's say bankable project proposal. So that's the idea, following the Smart City Guidance Package as a framework. So we're looking forward to our 16 participants.
Elko, what need actually did lead you to creating the masterclass?
Well, that's a very good question, Zakis. So what we have found, and I presented that in my session earlier today as well. So we have this project funnel, if you like. So we're receiving project concept notes, and what struck us is that we get quite a volume of project concept notes in the 60-70 range. But if you really look at it and sort of you go with a sort of fine-tooth comb through it, and you end up with like 10 or 12 or so decent project proposals. Not saying that the other ones are not decent, but they're not mature enough to be matched with the investor's needs. So they're sort of at a very sort of low level of maturity. So we believe that there's a need to be working with let's say that group of less mature project proponents, and work those up to a level that is interesting to investors. So that's really where the need came from. Yeah.
So you could compare it to, in the startup world, like a mini accelerator, so to say. If you have a team that has a faint idea,
exactly. That's an interesting comparison. And what we want to do is also to benefit from the group effect, because you can learn from the masters, but you can also learn from each other as well. So that's why we want to do the intake, so that we maybe can create little groups around similar technologies, similar sectors, or maybe even have a regional grouping of participants, so that people can benefit also from using their own natural language, national language, for that matter. Yes.
As I understood you, it's a purely virtual program, I assume.
Yes, well, we intended it to be like a face-to-face program, but it's a virtual delivery program, so that makes it also easier in terms of saving on travel time and also travel costs. And we believe that we can definitely, with the experience that we have built up so far with the various platforms, that we are able to deliver a very good program also virtually. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I just also take it that you will mix together all different kinds of smart city projects. So may it be energy related or ICT related. I assume that you also get, if you take part in it, you kind of like an open your thinking and get inspired by all various projects.
Exactly that, Saka. So there's we're sort of betting on the crossover effect, if you like, so the learning effects across sectors, but we have to bear in mind that business models per sector might vary. So there's also grouping around a certain sector as well. So that's why the intake is so important to us. So we don't want to start off the first day without a full understanding of who's in the room and what their sort of needs and backgrounds are. Yeah.
It does sound exciting. I think, yes, my colleagues will post one or the other link in the chat that helps interested people to follow up on it and also to find it in the web. Maybe the last question, what kind of masters could I expect as part of the program? Did you already single some out?
Yeah, so we have, I won't name names, but we have our members from the investor network and also the experts that are available through the action clusters and initiatives, because those represent almost like a gold mine of expertise across sectors, technologies, regional expertise, and also finance expertise. So that is the pool of experts that we will be drawing from, definitely, yeah.
Thanks a lot for joining us, Erko. It does sound like a really great project, and I think it can be really helpful to get investors' feedback, because I think having an idea, having a project in your mind and presenting it in a way that it makes sense to investors, and from an investor's perspective, also, I guess, fitting into the templates that an investor usually has in front of his in his head, that really makes sense. So thanks a lot. I think it's a great project, and I hope your first batch of masterclass attendees will have a great time later this year.
Looking forward to it. Thank you.
So we have 2 minutes left, and then we will start again with 2 parallel sessions. The 2 parallel sessions that are coming up now is parallel session 3, from replicators to implementers, how to get your city and citizens engaged in smart city work. And next to that, parallel session 4, business models for effective transitions, and especially focusing on business models that work without subsidies or without funds. So that's very interesting. How can you replicate successful business models that actually do without needing a subsidy? So those 2 sessions will happen as well, parallel. So decide which one you want to attend now, and if the other one is also interesting for you, then just make sure to check on the EIP SCC channel in a couple of days, and you can watch a recording of the other session, or you can watch a replay of the session you attended. Well, I really hope you enjoyed today's program because we are already at the end of it. So what's left to do now is in just a couple of minutes, I will be joined by Katharina Farage, who moderated several sessions today for a short wrap-up discussion of around 10 minutes. But before we get there, I really want to thank you for joining us here in this digital experience and hopping on this experimental ride with us. I think it was a new experience for the whole team here today, but probably also for you as the attendees. I think we all learned quite a lot, not only about digital engagement, but of course also all around smart cities today. We still have half a day ahead of us tomorrow, and this day then we will use on the one hand, of course, for more networking. We also will have a speed dating session again tomorrow where you can meet random attendees and make new acquaintances here in the smart city community. And then we will have a full 3 hours workshop tomorrow around the topic of peer-to-peer energy platforms, a workshop that will be held by Positive and Sparks. And then parallel to that, we have 2 sessions after each other. So as the 3-hour workshop goes on, we will first have a parallel session on organizing a joint European Energy Award for smart and climate neutral cities, and that workshop will be followed then after a short break with a session on digital transition of cities and communities. So that's the program for tomorrow. As you might have noticed, all of the sessions actually are being recorded, not only in a way that you can see them later on YouTube, but also graphically. So a colleague of ours, Kati, has been doing these wonderful graphic recordings, as they are called, or one attendee today called it Mental Note. So if you're interested in having a look at them, on the one hand, they might help you actually to recall some of the sessions that you attended today, but also might give you an insight into the sessions that you missed. And if you want to see all of these graphic recordings, just click on the link that my colleague will post in the chat in just a second. We are still in the process of uploading all of the graphic recordings, so just have patience of a couple of minutes and then you will find all of the graphic recordings there. So that link you can save, because I'm quite sure that also the graphic recordings of tomorrow's program will be found there then later on. So I think we still need a minute until Katharina Farage is with us, because she's actually hosting one of the sessions that's still going on, and I think they're going over time for 1 or 2 minutes, so I hope she will be with me in just a moment. Well, having said that, I think our colleagues in the exhibition, in the Explorer Zone for exhibitors, will still be around probably for a couple of minutes. So even when I'm done here, we might still have a look at the virtual exhibition booth they set up in the Explore Zone. Of course, something I also encourage you to do tomorrow. And if there was an attendee today you really would like to get into contact with, make sure to click on their name, because you can invite them for a personal one-on-one chat, a video conference tomorrow. So make sure really to schedule these invitations. Just click on any name that interests you or that is familiar from another live event and invite them for a personal session tomorrow. That's really the most important tool we have here, because that enables you not only to listen and to watch our discussions here, but this is really the tool where you can get active yourself and join the conversation. So please make sure to always, if in the chat or if you click on attendees, click on people's name, and then you can invite them for a personal chat and catch up on the latest news around smart cities. I think Katharina Farage is with me right now. Just let me check for a moment if she appears next to me. Wonderful. Wow, Katharina, thanks really for joining me here, even for the end, because I think you had a marathon of panel moderations behind you. How are you feeling?
Very good. Slightly exhausted though.
Hope you had somebody who provided you with fresh fruits and drinks as you went through all these sessions from the early morning until now.
I was in a very comfortable position to have that, yes. And I enjoyed that a lot, actually.
Wonderful, that's teamwork. So let me ask you, actually, I think you prepared a lot of questions for these various panel sessions that you hosted today. You probably got answers on most of them. So as you went through the discussions, did new questions pop up that you didn't have earlier?
Yes, very much so. I think, especially because there were so many interesting presentations of concrete examples in the session that I was moderating. There are, of course, very concrete questions that came up. Just recently, we talked, of course, all on data management and specific GDPR-related issues that, of course, come up, but also cultural differences that might be already in understanding the concept of smart cities, but also in applying it. So what do you understand as being a smart city? Is it only technology driven, or are there other aspects that are just as important? So yeah, absolutely. I think the more concrete you go with your examples, and we had great presentations of that today, the more concrete become the questions. Yeah.
I think the GDPR issues and questions, probably everybody can relate to them, no matter which country they're in Europe. If it comes to the cultural differences, that sounds interesting. Could you share one or two examples where that was relevant?
Yeah, I mean, we had a wonderful presentation from Sujin Kim today from the OECD, who's obviously covering more countries also outside of Europe. And just the idea that of this whole idea of a smart city, of a city that's livable and that is actually servicing the people, is already a concept that Sujin explained in Korea is existing since the 70s or 80s. So it's been going way back, but it's not necessarily only always been associated to technology. But there are other aspects of reachability, of being a lively city where you easily can access services like public services. So there are definitely differences. And we heard surprising things of smart city solutions also in countries where you might not expect them, such as Russia and Brazil, from a European perspective, of course.
Mm-hmm. That sounds really interesting. I guess there is somehow a habit in Europe to only have a more Eurocentric view on the world and forget that other countries at other parts of the world might be actually, in that case, as in Korea, a couple of decades ahead when it comes to the notion of the smart city. So that's really interesting. I guess a big topic also was, of course, COVID-19, how we deal with it, how all the people active in the smart city ecosystem are dealing with it. What was your impression? What would be your personal assessment then on the coming months and maybe the next 1 or 2 years? Is it a critical time? Are you hopeful? How were the different stakeholders that you had in your discussions today dealing with it?
Yeah, I mean, I think the whole COVID-19 discussion and also the impact it has been a major subject this morning. And it was, of course, also drawing on then in the afternoon. Actually, let's say the responses that we got, they make me hopeful that, yes, of course, it's a crisis that nobody could foresee. And also the impact is going to be felt for months and maybe years to come. But there are a lot of opportunities that also the speakers associated with those. And we had a poll question in the very beginning, or in the first plenary session, to check if the audience sees it as an opportunity or rather as a challenge / barrier. And the overwhelming majority said it's an opportunity. So to do things differently, to create a change of mind, use this flow that is, or lose this wave that's currently ongoing. And create cities that are more responsive to people's needs, that are more inclusive, that make the best use of technologies that are available. So there was a lot of optimism, and that's, of course, that automatically transports as well, of course, to me then. But I do think, of course, that very much depends on who you're talking to. So I wouldn't say that it's all rosy and that it's definitely going to be overcome in the next couple of months. I don't think that is realistic to say, but at least there's a lot of optimism.
Mm-hmm. I think I had here in one of the previous interviews, I was talking to Georg Huber, and he I think echoed what you just said. His mindset was also, let's use this for a great opportunity and approach it with a positive mindset. I think some of the speakers also, that's probably something that all of the cities experienced, is that they suddenly were able to implement free bicycle lanes much earlier than they otherwise would have done. Plus, of course, I think that was also a topic that the European Green Deal and Next Gen EU are quite in line, and there'll probably be a lot of money and funds going into sustainable but also smart city projects. So let's maybe take that as the last statement for today. Oh, my colleague Gabi is suddenly appearing on the screen. I think, hello Gabi. She actually was quite helpful today, providing us all with the links in the chat, so I think she did a tremendous job. But yes, I think that is quite a hopeful statement to end the day with. It was nice to see that people approach it with a positive mindset, with a solution-oriented mindset. And there are a lot of programs and policies that support that and also will deliver probably the necessary funds to implement ideas and solutions. Well, thanks a lot for doing a great moderation job throughout all of the day, Katharina.
Thank you also for that lovely moderation in the live session. So thank you very much.
Well, enjoy your day off now and the well-earned rest, and hopefully see you as an attendee tomorrow then.
I will. Thank you. Good evening. Bye.
Bye. That was Katharina Farage, who moderated several sessions today. It was great really to hear how positive all the different representatives of the various cities around Europe approach the current situation. So please join us tomorrow. Tomorrow we will start at 9 o'clock, so 15 minutes later than today. And as I mentioned, we still have 3 different slots that we will focus on. On the one hand, there will be a 3-hour workshop on peer-to-peer energy platforms hosted by Positive and Sparks. And parallel to that, we have 2 consecutive sessions. The first session focusing on organizing a joint European Energy Award for smart and climate neutral cities, and followed by a session on digital transition of cities and communities. That is what you can expect tomorrow. And of course, as the program goes, you can use this platform to really connect with each other and have your own conversations on the topics that are really relevant for you at the moment. That's all for today, and I'm very much looking forward to see all of you again tomorrow at 9 o'clock sharp.